Southwest Art Center, 915 New Hope Road, 30331 in the city of South Fulton, Georgia, for our 4 p.m. fourth Tuesday. What Tuesday is it? Fourth Tuesday work session. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This is a roll call. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum, and for the record, City Manager Sharon Subadan is present via Zoom this evening.
All right, thank you. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Subadan. Please sound the next item.
First item is a discussion and presentation, local preference ordinance and procurement threshold increase. This presentation will be presented by Lindell Miller, Procurement Director.
As she comes forward, I am just going to give a little background from Ms. Subadan. We have some big contracts that we need to get processed, and in keeping with some of the goals that we've talked about as a council, we want to make sure that local vendors have access to bid and secure some of these contracts. So the focus of today's procurement discussion is just on these items, the local preference and the recommendations to change some of the minimum amounts for the bids. We are going to be having more procurement conversations about a variety of other things, but I will ask that if you will just hold those or make notes, we will send them into the city manager, and we'll be able to present those when our presenters are ready. With that, I turn it over to you, Madam Lindell.
Mayor.
The chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Willis.
Where's the presentation? Because it's not loaded in Novus.
Mr. Clerk?
We received it late this afternoon. What I can do is I can email it to you right now, so you have it as well.
All right, and is it in this, do you know if it's in this printed out version here?
No. It was submitted after after we closed it.
I would ask, Mayor, that when we have these council meetings, if there are presentations, can you please encourage during your agenda meeting that we get those prior to the council meeting?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
My apologies. That's our fault.
This is Madam City Manager, Ms. Subadan speaking. You'll just have to announce yourself so we know who you are. We know who you are, but everyone else. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Pleasure to be here. My name is Lindell Miller. I am the Purchasing Director, and today's presentation does stem around the local preference ordinance and our procurement thresholds. Next slide. So I do want to confirm that we are a team here in procurement, and we are here to serve. Next slide. I'd like to introduce our team today. Tron Jones, Jarrell Jones, Maria Worsham, Marcel Boykin, and David Bryant.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, we can't see them.
We can't see them.
They can't see.
All right, yes, if you all would like to come down here. They're also, just so you know, they're on the screen as well. Thank you.
And they're fearful. They thought you would ask them to come on the stage.
Go ahead, come on the stage.
In addition to that, I would also like to introduce the attorney that assists with the local preference. Mr. Scott Hastings is here as well. So today, as stated, we are here to explain the local preference purchasing amendment, the proposed dollar threshold. Briefly mention that we are working on our new vendor online registration software, and with the introduction of annual How to Do Business with the City of South Fulton's workshops. Next slide. Our existing ordinance and policy, as stated in Title 10, basically there are two types of bidding preferences on the local preference. It provides for bidding preferences for local preferences and locally owned business. The criteria, as it states right now, does ask that the vendor has at least one employee with a physical location in the city, not delinquent on payments, and 50% of businesses owners live in the city of South Fulton. Right now, the preferences, as stated, is 3% for local business and 5% for locally owned business. Next slide. The proposed change is one type of bidding preference. The bidding preference would provide for a local vendor. The criteria to qualify would be to maintain a permanent place of business with full-time employees, and to have this business within 6 months prior to the issuance of a formal solicitation. The vendor must hold a City of South Fulton business license or occupational tax certificate, not delinquent on taxes, fees, anything owed to the city. The preference would be a total 5%. Next slide.
What's the presentation email?
The reason for the proposed changes, I will turn it over to the attorney at this point.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, Scott Hasty. The purpose of the proposed changes is to basically place the city in better legal footing than what the current ordinance provides. There's some legal precedent where if you provide either a local preference or bidding preference or any sort of local requirements that are based upon residency, those have been found to be invalid as being unconstitutional. So part of the purpose for the changes is to basically cut that type of a criteria out of this preference. As Ms. Miller mentioned, the current ordinance has that second type of preference, which is for locally owned businesses. So this basically eliminates that and instead ties it to one set of criteria, which seeks to establish that this is a permanent place of business within the city. Can't be a home occupation, it can't be the address for the office or business cannot be a P.O. box or residence. So it seeks to more closely tie the criteria for qualifying for the vendor preference to what the actual purposes of the policy are. And those purposes are to spur economic growth in the city, promote investment, promote more employment within the city, and also to promote businesses either relocating or remaining within the city. Again, these changes put the city on better footing when it comes to how a court might look at this type of requirement. A requirement that we're proposing has been found to be valid by a number of courts. And the other reason for the changes, the reason for the changes to the definitions in the purchasing policy, which is section 1-904. We're basically cutting out the references to the prior two types of local preferences, which is the local business preference, and then there's the locally owned business. So we're taking those out. The existing definitions in the purchasing policy, they actually conflict with what the policy is for local preferences in Title 10. The current definition provides a 2% and 4% preference, whereas the other policy in Title 10 is 3% and 5%. Again, under the proposed ordinance, it'd be a local preference of 5% that's awarded to a local vendor. the proposed ordinance also provides the procedure or process for determining whether you're a local vendor, and then basically the provision of that preference to a local vendor. The current ordinance does not have that process within it. So again, that also puts the city in a better position from a legal standpoint. I think that's a summary of the basis for the changes.
So on the existing slide, the local preference bidding process would be an example of a local vendor will be given preference in the contract award if they are responsive and responsible with a 5% of the lowest responsive and responsible bid. If multiple local vendors are within 5% of the lowest responsible bid, then the contract will go to the local vendor with the lowest responsive bid as far as costs. In the case of an RFP, a local vendor preference of 5% or equivalent unit measure would be listed in the actual evaluation criteria. There are some exceptions to the local vendor preference. It would be informal solicitations and procurements with a contract value of $50,000 or less. Any project which has federal and state law prohibitions to local vendor preference, work funded by a government entity, a formal solicitation that is expected from the provision of a local vendor preference by the purchasing director, city manager, or city council. Next slide. As it relates to our current thresholds, we are proposing an amendment to increase goods and services, professional services, from $2,501 to $5,000 and below. User departments can actually still obtain quotes. This would assist us in moving things further and faster as far as it pertains to purchases within that criteria. As far as goods and services, between $5,000 and up to $50,000, we're asking to change from $25,000 to $50,000, basically due to the current the current scale, economic scale, and the volatile market. 25,000 appears to be a little too low, and it does slow down the process of us moving forward. So the user departments would still obtain the 3 written quotes, but they would have the ability to do that up to $50,000 instead of $25,000. As it pertains to professional services, again, instead of $2,501, it would increase to $5,001 through $50,000 with a quality-based selection process. For goods and services, $50,000 and above, the purchasing department would proceed with our competitive bid process, as well as with professional services. This basically assists us, again, to move more effectively and efficiently through the process and getting the job done. I did want to mention, coming soon is our online vendor registration. We have executed a contract with Bonfire. The actual software will be listed on the city's website, free to vendors, and more information will be coming soon on that. In summary, the local preference ordinance allows the city to invest in our local community. It encourages businesses to compete for city business. The thresholds will allow the city administration to manage process projects more effectively, efficiently. And then upcoming is our free online vendor registration, along with our annual How to Do Business with the City workshops for our local vendors. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, would you bring the queue up? And I'm going to ask you to call out the first 3 names in your queue.
Yes, sir. In the queue currently, we have Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian, Councilmember Rao, and then Councilmember Williams-Brown, and then Councilmember Willis.
We'll just do 3 at a time. That's all I can remember. Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I do have a question about the employee and the business office. Because there are several people that provide services, and does a home office qualify? Did I hear that?
No, sir. Under the proposed ordinance, it would not.
A home office does or does not?
Does not qualify.
I think that's a bit of an issue. We have a lot of people in the city that provide services and work from their homes, and would not necessarily have employees, but they also have contractors as well, and they do good work. I happen to be one of them, right? And so I think that is something that I think we should take another look at and reconsider, because I think we will be missing a big slot. Also keep in mind that the pandemic caused a lot of people to close their offices, and some people have set up shop at home, right? Even though they have small businesses, and they work from their home office. And again, if the IRS recognizes the home office, I don't see a reason why we as a city should not do that to accommodate our citizens. Plus, lastly, we don't have a lot of commercial buildings in our city. So if people are going to be forced to rent spaces for their office because they want to work with the city and qualify under this, they're going to be looking elsewhere for office space if they can find it. So that is something I think we need to take another look at. Thank you.
Dr. Rao.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. As the original sponsor of this legislation, it's really near and dear to my heart that we make sure local businesses can take advantage of doing business with the city and providing service. I will agree with Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian that I think we need to find some kind of happy median. To his point, a lot of people have operate out of home-based businesses, and we don't have a lot of commercial space. I agree with that. And so I don't want it to be limited in that way. I don't know if we could look at maybe the size of the employee pool. I also would have some concern just in general about capacity. So I'm not looking for necessarily the one-person shop, but if you could look at that definition so we don't leave anybody from having the opportunity to at least apply for these opportunities or compete for these opportunities. In your research, did you look at, with the business office, how many of our businesses in our city are home-based? Did y'all have a chance to look at any of that?
No, what I was able to find is that we currently have 1,265 active licenses.
Okay.
So I will try to break it down. One thing about the software that we're about to acquire, we'll be able to look at demographics and do more reporting, but I will look into that.
Okay. And then this would be the last. I know we previously had a vendor where we were at least capturing the registrations. Is there a way to make sure, and maybe everybody have to start over?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
We are working with Bonfire to actually feed the information, what we have in Edmonds, into the system, so we are working with that.
Okay. I know it was Prism. I don't know if we have any, I know it was data in there, because at one time it was reporting out in terms of our local preference program. And I know at one juncture we were doing like 30%. So I don't want those businesses who had previously been in that system, if it's a way to make sure they marry, since you're importing some of the data, I think that would be very helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is really just a quick question. Who is this attorney? And is he a city employee? Because I don't think I heard a name, a firm, or anything. So who is he?
Hey, Councilmember, my name is Scott Hasty. I'm an attorney that's doing contract work for the city. So I've been working with Mr. Hyman and Ms. Miller on procurement and contractual matters predominantly.
Procurement and contractual, okay.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. As Mayor Pro Tem stated, the IRS does have a criteria for home-based businesses, and as a former tax professional, I know that there are certain criteria around home-based businesses with the IRS. And so my question to you, is there a reason why you all exempted home-based businesses from local preference? Was there any type of law that prohibits that?
We can look into whether there's any sort of prohibition against it. I think it was trying to tie it to more of an office component, I guess, in terms of a permanent place of business. But we can look into whether that can be added back in.
Okay. One of the things I do want you all to look at when I do agree, if it's a true home base and a true like a small business that's operating locally home base, I would like the consideration given. But if it's a individual working for a company that is not home base in the city of South Fulton, for example, correct, a lot of people are working home due to the fallout of COVID and the new way of doing business. But there are a lot of people working home for companies that are not necessarily home base because they're not locally in our city. And so I do think it would be unfair to give those businesses local preference if they have employees working at home, but they're not necessarily their headquarters, or they don't have any home-based operation in the city of South Fulton. So I think we need to look at that and be careful deeming everybody to get local preference because they are working from home. And I just want to bring that to your attention. The other question that I do have is, when I first got elected, we were looking at a possibility of establishing a minority business program. And we talked to Attorney Strong, well, I did, along with the former city manager early on. And one of the things he said, we could not do it because we needed a disparity study done. And so, but we couldn't do a disparity study at that time because we were new and we did not have enough data. And I still have the emails to go back. We actually had a meeting, so we were supposed to be putting things in place to put us in process of being able to, well, we're now approaching 7 years old. So my question to you is, do we have what we need in order to do a disparity study so we can possibly look into moving forward with that legislation?
I am not for certain. I can look into that. I do know that one of the beautiful things about the software is that we will be capturing and owning our information in order to determine reports with demographics. But I will speak with various departments to see where we are with that type of data.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name of the attorney that's helping, what's his name?
Scott Hasty.
Attorney Hasty, are you familiar with the minority business programs and disparity studies, or is that out of the scope right now?
I'm not familiar with those specific ones that
Okay.
have been proposed or in place here.
Okay, and so I will ask Ms. Lindell, I'll send you all of the emails that I had. They're going to say 2018, because this was relatively early on. And I would like to, if we can, I know you have a lot going on, but I would also like for us to go ahead, if we have what we need, to consider, and they were relatively, I think back then that we looked at disparity studies and they were like 200,000. Yeah, so if we could look into, if we can't get it done this year, but if you don't have that in your budget year, I would ask that you tell us what we need so that we can put that into the next budget year. All right, thank you so much.
Is anyone else in the queue, Mr. Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you guys for this. It is, we're really heading in the right direction. I'm really proud of us for taking this up at this time. Did I hear whether or not consultants or professional services were included or excluded? Individual consultants for professional services.
The current draft of the ordinance, I believe, has them as excluded. If it's a professional service agreement, that can be modified either way. I think that was maybe a carryover of maybe the prior policy.
Again, I think we need to reconsider that as well. Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, well, thank you so much for this presentation. I want to give a special thanks for including the how to do business with the city. I want to make sure that we just promote that a lot. We've had a lot of concerns from people saying they don't hear about things, they don't know, they don't understand the bid process. So I want to make sure that we promote that heavily and do it multiple times, make it an annual event so that everyone that is seeking to do business with our city can do it. But thank you so much for all of this presentation. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound to the next item.
Ms. Subadan, did you have anything you wanted to add? I know the city manager mentioned that this item will appear at the next regular agenda for consideration, given the comments made.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Yes, I did want to say that that would be our next move, and we will absolutely take your feedback into consideration. Thank you.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we recess an executive session for real estate, personnel, cybersecurity, and litigation. Thank you. That was a motion.
Right, I was waiting for a second. Okay, now we have a motion and a second. I'll take that vote by show of hands.
For that motion approved 6-0, we are recessed at 4:29 p.m.
All right, thank you. our dilatory reappearance, but we are back from our executive session. We're ready for our zoning hearing here in the city of South Fulton, Southwest Arts Center. I hope that you all have enjoyed the soulful sounds of Mr. Mike Reed in the city of South Fulton meeting playlist. Mr. Clerk, I'll entertain a motion to end executive session and reconvene this meeting.
I move to end executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved 5-0. We are reconvened at 6:05 p.m.
All right, I will entertain, I guess I need to call to order this special 6 o'clock zoning hearing.
You got to adjourn the work session.
I need to adjourn, thank you, the work session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the work
I
session.
move to adjourn the work session.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's get this vote by, I'm sorry. Mr. Clerk, was there anything in executive session for which we need to make a vote out here?
No, sir, there were no actions taken in executive session that requires a public vote.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to call to order this 6 o'clock special call zoning hearing. And before we begin, Mr. McClendon, is Attorney McClendon present? I understand that we have an addition.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. We do have one addition to the calendar. We advertised case Z48-008 and U28007, which both relate to 3873 Demooney Road for tonight's public hearing. Though they will be heard together in the same public hearing. They were inadvertently left off tonight's agenda, but we did advertise for them to be heard tonight, so we would ask for the agenda to be amended to add those cases.
All right. And did you say the district number for those?
District 4.
All right, thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended?
It's been probably moved and seconded. Let's take that vote by a show of hands.
Point of order. He said roll call wasn't done.
Mr. Clerk, did we do a roll call?
We did not do roll call.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and do that.
I told you.
Before we carry the vote, it's roll call for the April 23rd, 6 p.m. alcohol zoning public hearing. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gumbs, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present?
The Honorable Keisha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum.
All right, now I'll entertain that motion to approve this agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
That motion was approved to approve the agenda as amended. First item is alcohol license rezoning variance modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. First case is case Z23-020, application by Brad Hughes, doing business as Rockhaven Homes, LLC, requesting to rezone from R5 zoning district to the TR zoning district for property located at 6573 Campbellton Road for the purpose of constructing 46 townhomes on 5.77 acres. This item was held at the April 9th zoning public hearing and is located in District 1. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is no recommendation.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Are there any speakers for or against this item? Do you have any, Mr. Clerk?
I do not have any comment cards in support or opposition.
Is the applicant here, Mr. McClendon?
I'm not seeing the applicant for this matter in the building, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
He was informed of tonight's hearing.
I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing. Does anybody have any questions on this item? The chair recognizes District 1, Councilwoman Dr. Rao.
Thank you. If I recall, this had to do with the interest on Camilton Road, that this would be incorporated into the existing townhome. It's not an additional townhome community. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this parcel is immediately adjacent to that community, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions at this time.
All right. Anyone else? All right, seeing and hearing none, everyone make sure to switch over in your queue to the 6 o'clock meeting. Mr. Clerk, we got a report that the queue may or may not be working. I may need to open it up. But go ahead and sound the next item.
Next item is number 2, short-term rental applications. It's a public hearing for case U24-006, application by April Albright requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 3390 Stonewall Tail Road. It's located in the AG1 zoning district in District 2. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is an application by April Albright requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 3390 Stonewall Tail Road. This is in the AG1 Agricultural Cliftondale Overlay Zoning District. This is Council District 2. Staff's recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is approval, with those conditions being that the applicant must maintain a valid South Fulton business license and that the permit is not transferable.
All right, is the applicant present?
Yes, I do show. Yes.
All right, do you have any other speakers for or against?
No, sir.
All right, you can come forward. You have 10 minutes. You don't have to use the entire 10 minutes, and you may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for a rebuttal if necessary. Please state your name so we know.
I'm April Albright, and I'm the applicant. I think the application is self-explanatory. It's for a short-term rental on Stonewall Tail Road. And so I'll entertain any questions that, any of the council members may have.
All right. You've got 9 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. Any speakers present against? All right. Please come down, sir, state your name and your address for us.
Just come
You can use this microphone right here, sir. Straight ahead. Please state your name, address.
My name is Joseph Jones Jr. I live at 4695 Orkney Lane, Southwest Atlanta. I was under the impression we would not do any short-term rentals in the city of South Fulton. No, you're bringing down your whole product for a owner to make money. No. You all started and you all said no short-term rental, right? I'm getting a lot of feedback. Why are we doing it now?
Hold on 1 second for me. Ms. Renee, if you would mute yourself, that would be great. Thanks. Go ahead, sir.
This is not appropriate because what we're looking at is no short-term rentals in our communities. If you want to have that person go to Buckhead and do Airbnb or something up there, this is not the place. I live in a very nice neighborhood. With that being said, we are not accepting of that in other neighborhoods, but this one's not. And another thing, what is the city of South Fulton's plan for public housing? Anybody? You got to start somewhere. We have citizens here. I can't even go to the public. I give $1 or $2 if I have it in my pocket. We got to do better. This is not making any sense. I'm saying vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And before we go to discussion on council, I do just want to get a for the record explanation of where we are with our short-term rentals from Mr. McClendon.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, exactly what are you asking for?
We have a moratorium.
Oh, that's correct. We are in a moratorium period with the short-term rentals, a 180-day moratorium, which started in February, if I remember correctly. So we are still in that moratorium period, and we are looking at those short-term rental regulations, and we have not yet decided exactly where we are going to land on our short-term rental policies, but we will be coming back to council with some suggestions very soon.
And the cases that we're hearing for short-term rentals now are being heard because?
Because they were, they came into our, they came in before the moratorium started.
So we have a backlog of applications. Could you just give for edification of the public about how many applications do we already have in queue?
We're almost through them. I think tonight we have 5 or 6. After tonight, we probably have 4 or 5 more remaining, and then that should exhaust the rest of our short-term rental applications.
All right, thank you. So I just wanted that to be clear for the record. All right, Councilwoman Gumbs, were you first?
I actually was.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you all hear me? Well,
Asked before the queue was open. I'll tell you what, we're always going to give our district courtesy. This is in District 2? All right, Councilwoman Gumbs.
so the question that I have for Mr. McClendon, I looked at the report. Have there been any incidents of police officers called to this particular property?
There's no report on crime in anything.
There have not been. And just for the edification of council, if there are any police calls, they will be listed in the staff report right above the staff recommendations. So for the rest of these reports, there will be, some of them have police calls, some of them don't, but they will be listed in those reports.
So you telling me to read my email?
No.
That's what he's doing.
Okay. But I did read it, and it wasn't in there, so I needed for clarification. Do you know if there are any other businesses that are operating out of this particular address that are filed with the city of South Fulton?
I do not know that.
Okay. There has been, I guess, is the applicant, if she's able to come, there have been some questions in regards to a possible boarding home or boarding of youth. Are you running a youth home?
No. No.
And have you ran a short-term rental out of your property before?
No, this was our home.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
I did have time reserved, and I just wanted to, for rebuttal.
No, I'm sorry, after we close the public hearing, I just put a minute in. After we close the public hearing, there's no more rebuttal, but you'll have more questions from us up here. We're just in the question and answer session.
Why she didn't get her rebuttal? Did you forget?
Yes, he did.
You did. Can you give it to her, please?
Okay. Go ahead with your rebuttal, ma'am.
It's just real quick. We weren't told that there was a moratorium. We were given an application process, which, and I think many of you are familiar with it because it was created by this body, that, we did, go through the process that was identified to us. We've attended the hearings. We've mailed the notices to, our neighbors. This property is not, our home is not in a neighborhood. It's on Stonewall Tell Road, where there are other businesses in that area. And I understand very much, the concerns that people have, because I live here, and that's still a home that we live in too, so I understand the desire to want to protect the interests of the properties in South Fulton. And, actually, this gives us an opportunity to do that. Sometimes rental properties, as y'all are aware, in this community they get tenants in it, and it's hard to remove them, and the property, gets destroyed, and it does impact the community. But we believe that what we're doing right now is very different from that. It allows us to be very active with the property, to keep the value up, and to not destroy, what we're trying to build in this community. So I just wanted to raise that.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Pritchett.
This question is from Mr. McClendon. As I reviewed the information provided here, first of all, what do you recall the date of the moratorium?
I do not recall the specific date.
Attorney Hyman?
Either Mr. Adams or I can look it up in the chat.
Okay. And while he's looking that up, Mr. McClendon, what is the date of their application? Because I don't see a clear application here in this packet.
We normally do not put the application dates in the staff report. I was looking to see when we did the public notification to see if that could give me an idea of when the application might have come in. The CZIM was held in February, on February the 6th, which would have meant that the application likely came in January.
Can the applicant speak to, perhaps?
It was originally December, but then they moved, the meetings back.
So December is when you first applied?
Yes.
Okay, December 2023. Okay, Clerk.
Yes, the moratorium resolution was approved by the council on February 27, 2024, for a period of not to exceed 180 days.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield.
Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Mr. McClendon, given that there's apparently these short-term rental applications in the pipeline, and we passed a moratorium in February, are we advising applicants that there's a moratorium before they get here and find out that there's a moratorium?
Well, they're already in the pipeline, so their applications are being treated really as though there's not a moratorium, because they're not affected by the moratorium. The moratorium really affects only those applications which would have been accepted after the moratorium date. Anything that came in prior to the moratorium are being the same rules that would have applied prior to the moratorium are applying to those applications.
Thank you.
I have a question. I guess this is really for you, Councilwoman Gums, yeah. This is outside of, it's not in a subdivision. It's in a, in a neighborhood?
No. It's off of Stonewall Tail Road. It's not in a neighborhood. It's off, pretty much off to its own.
Okay.
St. John's or Austin Hotel.
So there, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm asking, because that would mean there's no HOA to like approve or disapprove, and there's no neighborhood association.
No, it's just part of the Cliftondale overlay.
Got you. All right. All right, anyone have any other questions? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, thank you all. We will vote on this item at the next council meeting, which will be May 14th. Correct. Mr. Clerk, please sign the next item.
Brings us to case number 3, case U24-002, application by Albert Montgomery requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 3554 Hamlin Square in the CUP zoning district located in District 2. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation approval.
All right, Mr. McClendon.
Mr. Montgomery? All right. I just wanted to make sure he was here. This is an application by Albert Montgomery requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 3454 Hamlin Square in the CUP Community Unit Plan, Cliftondale Overlay Zoning District. This is in Council District 2. Staff recommendation is approval conditional. Planning recommendation is approval as well, with those conditions being that the applicant must maintain a valid City of South Fulton business license and that the permit is not transferable.
All right, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do you have any other speakers for or against?
I do have a card from the applicant, Mr. Albert Montgomery, and no other cards are received.
All right, you have 10 minutes. Keep in mind you may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for a rebuttal. Your time starts now. Just go ahead and give us your address again.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Albert Montgomery. I reside at 3454 Hillman Square. I've been living there since 2006. I've seen all my neighbors move in. I've seen some move out. I'm very close with my neighbors. I actually have a letter in here today from one of my neighbors stating that I never had any problems with my home. After losing my wife, I moved back to my home for more support. We travel back and forth to Atlanta almost monthly at this point. I'm looking to come back extremely soon to live there full-time again. I'm on a contract that requires me to be in Boston right now, but I still come down right now once a month. So the short-term rental helps me maintain my property while I'm still maintaining the property in Boston right now. So that's how I got in the situation, but I've never had a problem. My oldest son graduated from Westlake. My youngest son, he went to Stonewall Tell. And that's my story.
All right, you've got 8 minutes and 58 seconds left on the clock. Are there any speakers present against? All right.
And I got my application in November 2023.
Awesome. All right, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, but stick around. We may have questions from council. We'll start, as always, with the district representative, Councilwoman Gums.
Mr. Montgomery, thank you so much for being here and sharing that information. Has there been, I guess maybe going back to Mr. McClendon, because I did read the report, were there any incidents of any phone calls to the police or anything at this particular property?
It appears that there were a few phone calls over the past few years. Not a lot. And they are listed here in the report. Stray animal, there was a vandalism call.
Nothing as far as noise, loud parties, anything of that incident?
That's correct.
Also, too, Mr. Montgomery, have you been operating a short-term rental previously before you had to go through this process? You can tell the truth, it don't matter.
Yes, I worked with LaShays Hayes back in South Fulton, so I did, and I worked with Brian prior to that. And then last year, the system changed. So once I found out the system changed, I did what I was supposed to do to, keep my short-term rental valid.
Okay, and I have been getting a few members from the community that have reached out to me in regards to your particular location opposing it. I'm surprised that they are not here today, but are you aware that the HOA is not in favor of your short-term rental?
No, what the HOA said was it was up to the South Fulton, and that, that I had to go to the rezoning, and that's what happened.
Okay, all right. Just letting you know, that's totally the opposite of what I'm understanding from them, but.
I have a letter right here from one of my neighbors as well.
Okay.
I can share that with you.
All right, please provide that to me as well, but thank you for those, answering those questions for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? All right, if not, I think we could close that case, Mr. Clerk,
Yes, sir.
and then we'll call the other one.
Next case, case 4, case U23-022, it's an application by Ronald Travis requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4893 Brookwood Place. It's located in the Sub-C zoning district. It's located in District 3. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. Staff?
Mr. Travis? All right, this is case U23-022, an application by Ronald Travis requesting a special use permit at 4893 Brookwood Place. This is in the Sub-C zoning district, which is in Council District 3. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
All right, Mr. Clerk, we are going to open the public hearing. And we'll let the applicant speak, and you have 10 minutes, and you may want to save some of your time for rebuttal.
Yes, my name is Ronald Travis, operating a short-term rental at 4893. Been operating for roughly about 2 years now. Since operating this short-term rental, I never had any complaints, never had police call out. Operating as a super host on the Airbnb platform with 5-star ratings. Do a very well upkeep on the community. As far as the property is concerned, and the community is aware that it is a short-term rental. I have made them aware through Zoom calls, through mail. HOA is aware, and again, never had any complaints.
Okay. We have 9 minutes and 13 seconds left. Mr. Mayor, is that it? We'll need to see if anyone else is in support.
No, keep going.
Is there anyone else in support of this? Mr. Clerk, did we receive anyone who was against?
No, sir, we did not receive any cards in support or opposition to this case.
All right. Guess we will go to questions from council, starting with the district rep, District 3.
We'll just ask, is there anybody in the audience that is against?
I think, is there anyone in the audience who want to speak in opposition of this?
Gotcha.
All right. We will go to council, starting with District 3.
Mr. McClendon, can you expound on why denial from staff?
Yeah, because it's in the Sub-C zoning district. The ordinance that was passed by council that implemented this special use permit scheme for short-term rentals, if you remember, it listed specific zoning districts that would be appropriate for short-term rentals, and Sub-C was not one of those zoning districts. So basically, we make our recommendations based on that ordinance that was passed.
Is there a reason how how was he able to operate prior to, was it not in compliance?
It probably was in compliance because he was operating prior to the special use permit process.
So, but if the ordinance says Sub-C and it's Airbnb isn't in a sub-C.
Prior to the implementation of the special use permit, I don't believe they were looking at zoning districts at all when they were permitting the Airbnbs, or I should say the short-term rentals. So they were allowing them in any zoning district.
Okay, so they weren't, basically, it was allowed to happen when it really wasn't supposed to be allowed to happen. Okay. Thank you. That's why I like this process.
Any other questions from council? All right, if not, then we're good. Thank you, sir. All right.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 5 on the agenda, case U24-004. It's application by Mary Ann Bosworth requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4615 Jones Road, located in the AG1 zoning district in District 4. Staff recommendations, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendations, approval.
Ms. Bosworth? This is case U24-004, an application by Mary Ann Bosworth requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4615 Jones Road in the AG1 Agricultural District, Clifton Overlay District, zoning district in Council District 4. Staff's recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. The recommended conditions are that the applicant must maintain a valid business license and that the permit is not transferable.
Hi, I'm Guy Bosworth. That's my wife, Mary Ann. We have a Airbnb in our basement. I have 16 acres there. We're off the road. I've talked to my neighbors. No one seemed to have a problem with it.
That's good. You can reserve, you got 9 minutes and 43 seconds if they're in for rebuttal. You can reserve that for rebuttal if anyone has.
Okay.
Is there anyone in opposition present? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and open it up to council for questions, beginning with the district representative, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here, sir. Reginald, sorry, Mr. McClendon. And we're going to ask about the police report. Can you give us any indication on this property?
I am not showing any police cars on this property, I don't believe.
Okay, thank you. It's the Bosworth it is, right? So you have been operating the property already?
Yeah, it was before y'all had came up and we got a letter in the mail saying that we had to stop.
Yeah.
We stopped for a while, and then my wife wanted to go ahead and start the process, and she started it.
So you're now coming into compliance with the new regulations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Attorney McClendon, at one point, we were getting the police reports as part of our packet, and now I think this is the third or fourth one where we're having to ask as opposed to having it. Can we get back to having those police reports so we can see as part of the packet what's in your notebook?
Will do. What happened was when Fulton County went through the cyber attack issue that they had, that caused an issue with us being able to to pull those police reports. I think now that has been rectified, and so we fixed it, but in the meantime, our system with pulling them kind of got off, and so we're working our way back to being able to get that back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions? All right, seeing and hearing none, we will be voting on this at the next council meeting, May 14th. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us up item number 6, case U24-005, application by Sinead Johnson, requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4961 Elmbrook Drive. It's located in the AG1 zoning district in District 4. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
This is an application by Sinead Johnson. She is requesting a short-term rental at 4961 Elmbrook Drive in the AG1 mixed-use Cliftondale Overlay Zoning District. This is in Council District 4. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. Again, the reason for the recommendation of denial is because it is in the mixed-use zoning district.
Anyone else? All right, I'm sorry. Young lady, you are?
I'm the owner of the property.
She's the applicant.
All right. Did anyone have any further questions?
No, you got to open up the public hearing.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. You do have 10 minutes on the clock. You may want to reserve some balance of your time. Go ahead and give us your address again.
Yes, I'm Sinead Johnson. I'm the owner of the property. Been there since May of 2020. I did operate the property under Airbnb probably for about a year prior to this application process. I did stop just to make sure I was in compliance and have not been doing the Airbnb since probably February of last year, just to make sure I was in compliance with everything with South Fulton. I don't think there has been any phone calls to my knowledge in regards to the Airbnb. That's all I have for now.
All right, you still have 9 minutes and 15 seconds as a balance of your time. If there, is there anyone in opposition? Anyone present in opposition? All right, I'm going to go ahead then and close the public hearing, but we may have questions from our council here. And as always, I will begin with the district representative.
Yeah, I was going to ask, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask the same thing about the police report because I didn't see any in the data. So I'll ask the applicant, is this inside of a community, an HOA's community?
Yes.
And did you talk to the HOA? Are they okay with doing this?
Yes, initially I did. I've also did the meeting with the neighbors, and they haven't expressed any opposition towards Airbnb. There are a couple other Airbnbs in the neighborhood as well. So at least to my knowledge prior to this process, I'm not sure about now.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
All right, seeing and hearing no one else in the queue. All right, Mr. Clerk, we will make a decision on May 14th. Please sound the next item.
Next item is the add-on item, which I believe you should have in front of you. It's case Z24-008 and U24-007. It's a case requesting to rezone property from AG1 zoning district to the R6 zoning district, and requesting a special use permit to operate a daycare center for a property located at 3873 DeMooney Road. It's located in District 4. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a city-initiated rezoning and special use permit. I don't have that caption in front of me, so I won't reread it, but I will rely on the clerk's reading of it. Staff's recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
All right, and the applicant is here.
It's city initiated, so there is technically no applicant, but we can go ahead and open up the.
All right, I'll do that. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. We have speakers for and against, Mr. Clerk.
No, sir, we didn't receive anything in support or opposition.
All right, is there anyone here in support or opposition? All right, seeing and hearing none, I will close the public hearing and open it up to questions, beginning with the district representative, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have no questions.
All right. Seeing and hearing none, we will make that decision on May 14th. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item. I think that was it.
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to the end of our agenda.
All right, I will go ahead and take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will say that our next meeting does not begin until 7 o'clock. So you all, for your efficiency, have earned a 15-minute break. Everyone enjoy our exhibit and see all the things that we have going on. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Yes, I'm calling for the vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0. We are adjourned at 6:46 p.m.
Thanks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live here at City of South Fulton Southwest Arts Center at 915 New Hope Road for our regularly scheduled 7 o'clock meeting. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor and members of council, it's the roll call for tonight's meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rowell, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is invocation, which will be provided by Chaplain Joyce Armster.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Let us go to God in prayer. Eternal God, most gracious Heavenly Father, it is once again you have allowed us to come together. Thank you, Lord, for your tender mercies and your loving kindness. Thank you for watching over us all day, keeping us safe from hurt, harm, and danger. Early this morning, Father, you breathed down on us and allow us to get up to see this day you have made. God, forgive us for our sins, anything we said, done, or even thought that was not pleasing to you. Forgive us right now in the name of Jesus. Help us to continue to look to the hills from which cometh our help, because all of our help come from you. And Father, you said in your word that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, God, you will heal the land. We need your healing power to fall afresh, Almighty God. Strengthen us in the areas where we're weak and build us up where we're torn down. We'll be forever so careful to always give you glory, give you honor, and we give you praise. Thank you for your tender mercies, Father. Continue to watch over the police department. Continue to watch over the fire department, the EMS. Continue to watch over the citizens who have been stomping this ground for a long time. Continue to watch over us, Almighty God. And Lord, in the name of Jesus, continue to work with our mayor to lead him and guide us and strengthen us and help us to be all that we can be as a city. We thank you, Father God, and we call it done in Jesus' name. Amen. And thank God.
Amen.
Let us stand and pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir. That brings us to Roman numeral 5, approval of City Council meeting minutes, the regular meeting minutes from April 9th, 2024, work session meeting minutes from April 9th, 2024, and the zoning public hearing minutes from April 9th, 2024.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as sounded by the clerk.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved 6-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound to the next item.
Next item is adoption of the council agenda. Mr. Mayor and Council, I wish to bring to your attention a document titled Regular Council Meeting Agenda Addition and Revisions. We did have one addition for tonight's meeting, which is request approval of the 2024 District 3 Southwest Officers Ballot for the City of South Fulton for the 2024-2026 year. Also, we had a couple of corrections provided by CDRA regarding item 11, Z23-016. The number of townhomes has been reduced from 120 to 88 townhome units. Items 12, which is Z24001, rezoning of Fulton industrial properties, as well as item 17, which is text amendment 23-002, event centers and banquet halls, as well as item 18, text amendment 23-003, which is food trucks. Those all are on your agenda for second read and approval for tonight. And then lastly, item 19, case M24-001, that was initially listed as an ordinance. It is actually a resolution to approve a cellular tower at 5174 Campbellton Road. This is a resolution and ripe for a vote before council this evening.
All right, we're going to add that GMA ballot as item number 25. And then I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Second.
All right, I'll take that vote by a show of hands. You got that, Mr. Clerk?
Yes. Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to proclamation presentations for this evening. We have two, both offered by Councilmember Bell. The first is a proclamation recognizing Kylie Simone Conley. And Councilmember Bell, did you want to read both of them and do them at the same time? Yes. And the second one is a proclamation recognizing Paige Mora Gaudette. I believe they're with the Girl Scouts.
Well, good evening. Tonight's proclamation goes out to the entire Girl Scout. These ladies are remarkable at what they do, but they're also housed right in District 5 at Burdette Park. So I am super excited for Paige as well as Kylie. And so I definitely wanted to recognize your wonderful achievements, your outstanding accomplishments as young women, definitely young women that are on the rise and definitely doing something that is positive. But the entire Girl Scouts, I applaud you all for all of your wonderful commitment and dedication in the city of South Fulton. And of course, Mama, which is our troop leader. This is an organization that many people know of, Girl Scouts, and a lot of times we don't see women who look like us. A lot of times you see the young ladies who are selling cookies, and they do much, 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 much more than that. So I definitely wanted to take this time and really recognize two exceptional women, Miss Paige and Miss Kylie. All right, so the first recognition goes to Miss Kylie. Whereas Girl Scouts of the United States of America began on March the 12th, 1912, when Savannah, Georgia native Juliet Daisy Gordon Lowe gathered 18 girls to provide them the opportunity to develop physically, mentally, and spiritually. And whereas for 112 years, Girl Scouting has helped build millions of girls and women of courage, confidence, and character who act to make the world a better place. And whereas each year the Gold Award, which is the highest award that can be achieved in Girl Scouts, is presented to girls in grades 9 through 12 who have planned and executed significant take action projects in response to pressing community needs. A young woman who has earned the Gold Award has become a community leader. Her accomplishments reflect outstanding leadership and citizenship skills. Girls who pursue their Gold Award aspire to transform an idea and vision for change into an actionable plan with measurable, sustainable, and far-reaching results. And whereas only 5.4% of eligible Girl Scouts successfully earn the Gold Award, and this distinction will follow her throughout life and will be a beacon beacon to others of the leadership, quality, and commitment this young woman has shown. And whereas Kylie Conley is a member of Girl Scout Troop 3802 and has successfully completed the prerequisite requirements for the Gold Award, which focuses on the interests of Girl Scout and fulfills a need within the community. And whereas Kylie's Gold Award project, The Teachings of Water Quality, addressed a global issue that affects many people and countries, and faced on this issue not only in the District 5 community, but throughout Metro Atlanta and the state of Georgia, providing knowledge of water quality and testing water was the basis of her winning the Gold Award. And whereas Kylie's Gold Award project continues to evolve to address the changing societal challenges faced by our community through the Fulton County Adopt a Stream program to clean Burdette Creek and sustain this project. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of South Fulton do hereby applaud the lovely Kylie Simone Connolly for achieving such an accomplishment and serves as an example to youth throughout her high level of personal achievement, leadership, and commitment to the community, as well as providing local support for Girl Scouting in our community, and for her courage, confidence, and character to act to make not only the world, but the city of South Fulton a better place. This award and proclamation is for Ms. Kylie Simone Conley.
Thank you so much for this proclamation. I really believe it's important that as humans who are constantly impacting the environment, it is our due service for us to give back to the environment. And what better way than to go out and clean a creek or teach others the importance of water quality. And again, I would just like to thank you for this proclamation.
So well spoken. And our next proclamation, and congratulations, our next proclamation is to recognize Ms. Paige Gaudet. Whereas Girl Scouts of the United States of America began on March the 12th, 1912, when Savannah, Georgia native Juliet Daisy Gordon Lowe gathered 18 girls to provide them the opportunity to develop physically, mentally, and spiritually. And whereas for 112 years, Girl Scouting has helped build millions of girls and women of courage, confidence, and character who act to make the world a better place. And whereas each year the Gold Award is presented to girls in grades 9 through 12 who have planned and executed significant take action projects in response to pressing community needs, a young woman who has earned the Gold Award has become a community leader. Her accomplishments reflect outstanding leadership and citizenship skills. Girls who pursue their Gold Award aspire to transform an idea and vision for change into an actionable plan with measurable, sustainable, and far-reaching results. And whereas only 5.4% of eligible Girl Scouts successfully earn the Gold Award, and this distinction will follow her throughout life and will be a beacon to others of the leadership, quality, and commitment this young woman has shown. And whereas Paige is a member of Girl Scout Troop 3802 and has successfully completed the prerequisite requirements for the Gold Award, which focuses on the interests of Girl Scout and fulfills a need within the community. And whereas Paige's Gold Award project, the STEMinist project, promotes STEM careers and highlights aerospace, go ahead, to students in her local community. Due to the lack of access and exposure to STEM curriculum and content directly impacts diversity within professional STEM field and was the basis of her Gold Award. And whereas Page's Gold Award project addressed the issue by starting an aerospace club at her school, and she created an online STEM website for an elementary school. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of South Fulton do hereby applaud Ms. Paige Mariah Gaudet for achieving such an accomplishment and serves as an example to youth through her high level of personal achievement, leadership, and commitment to the community, as well as providing local support for Girl Scouting in our community, and for her courage, confidence, and character to act to make not only the world, but the city of South Fulton a better place.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much for this proclamation. Exposure to STEM and giving people access to STEM in my community has been a passion for me for a long time, as I'm a student who wants to pursue a degree in STEM, and I noticed I was blessed to have opportunities myself to be able to have access to resources, but I know that a lot of people in my community do not. So creating those opportunities was so amazing for me, and it was definitely a process, and it took a while to do, but I'm so glad that I was able to complete this project and help my community in such an amazing way. So thank you so much. Yes, I'm currently 18 years old, and I am a senior in high school, so 12th grade. Yes.
How old are you in your grade?
I am 16, and I'm currently a junior in high school.
So again, thank you, ladies. I definitely look up to you all because you are all about change, and I love the work that you're doing in our community. But we've got to shout out our troop leader as well, and all the ladies that are a part. This is just a little piece of them, because it's about 40 plus girls, young women who are all articulate, educated, and doing things to evoke change in our communities. And so we're super proud of them. And again, they are housed in District 5, where we keep it live at Burdette Park. And so the doors are always open to you all. And I love you all, and I thank you for being a part of our community. Thank you.
So first off, troop leader, 40?
That's small for us. We used to have over 100.
Okay, so God bless your ministry. And please let people who are seeing this know how, if they want to get involved as parents as well, like how do they do that?
So to volunteer and join, you go to girlscouts.org or Girl Scouts of Greater Atlanta. They have a website, and it goes straight to join by being a volunteer, or you can join by signing up. They do take girls grades kindergarten through 12th grade. It's only $25, and for those who need a little financial assistance, they do provide that, as well as purchasing you a uniform for joining. So go to the website, it's Girl Scouts of Greater Atlanta, and sign up and join.
All right, thank you all. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Oh, that was good. That's good.
Mr. Mayor and Council, that brings us to public comment. We have received, I believe, 6 public comment cards. I will read the rules for this evening's public comment and then call your name so you can approach one of the two microphones up front and state your name, address, district that you reside in, and the item on the agenda which you are speaking in reference to. The rules to provide public comment are as follows. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, federal elected officials should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. A bell will signal the end of each speaker's time. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. Each speaker must complete and submit a request to speak form in its entirety prior to the beginning of the meeting. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the City Council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item which they are addressing, and the City Council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the Council as a whole and not to any member. To ensure the opportunity for all those desiring to speak before the City Council, there is no yielding of time to another speaker. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers should not be allowed to make remarks that have been legally recognized to not be protected speech, comments while addressing the council. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, as I call your name, please approach one of the two microphones. Ms. Alma Hill, Marvin Arrington Jr., Stephen Little, Kamika King, and Andy Rosenstreet. Are any of those speakers present?
Yes, come forward. Just come forward.
Yeah.
We'll take these in the order you call them. You just give the first three.
Yep. Alma Hill, Marvin Arrington Jr., and Stephen Little.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Hill.
So hi, I'm Alma Hill. I'm here speaking about item number 19. It's M24001. It's a rezoning to allow a cell phone tower on Campbellton Road. I happen to live across the street in the Promenade Oaks subdivision, and I encourage you strongly to vote no on this resolution. I don't know how many of you are in real estate. I'm not, but I'm an avid HGTV fan. No one ever counts cell phone towers among amenities when they are looking for a home. I am concerned about the impact it will have on my property values. I sent you a letter yesterday and resent it this morning with links to research that supports what I'm saying. There has been a 15 to 20% reduction in property values for homes that are within a mile of cell phone towers, like I am. And there is no guarantee that having another tower, even though the one is coming down at A. Philip Randolph, there's no guarantee that another tower is going to improve reception. Instead, we can encourage cell phone companies to gang up on existing towers as opposed to building more. That's a sign of environmental pollution, especially in our community. I'm not crying about this. I have hay fever, but I would cry, but I'm not going to. There's also studies that show that there are negative health impacts because of the proliferation of cell phone towers. So I encourage you, don't take my word for it. I hope you have had an opportunity to read some of the research, the links that I sent that support what I am saying, the negative property values, the impact on mental health among teenagers with all of this excessive cell phone use, which also leads to social media abuse. Environmental pollution because of all of the cell phone towers. We have 5 already, And so, again, I encourage you to please vote no on this. Are there any questions? Or?
No, I'm sorry. You just get to make a comment, and then we have to hear from the next person.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Marvin Arrington Jr. I am here on behalf of item number 14, application by Stephen Little. This item was recommended for approval by staff and at the last meeting, and so we're asking for approval today. The item is in District 7, 2350 Bethsaida Road, and I believe Stephen Little and Kamika King are here as well, but for time purposes, I don't think they're going to come up to speak, but I did want to let you all know that they were here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Andy Rotenstrike. I'm here for number 19. I wanted to just respond to a couple of things that Ms. Hill, whom I've spoken with several times, commented with regard to the cell tower. Number one, there are 2 towers located within a couple of 100 feet of homes right near Westlake High School and Bethel Church right here in South Fulton. There are no indications of any negative impact to property values. I supplied you at the public hearing with 3 reports done by appraiser in Georgia to show no negative property value effects to houses near cell towers. Also, with regard to health effects, I'll let your city attorney advise you on that. He has information regarding the federal law on that with regard to consideration of health effects for cell towers, and also information about federal law on property value considerations. With that, we would just ask that we do what we can to maintain the coverage for the folks that live, work, and travel in that area. And also, this proposed site will allow additional coverage for additional carriers, because the existing tower at the school cannot hold any more carriers. And if it comes down, T-Mobile will be looking for coverage in that area, and this will allow them and Verizon and AT&T all to provide coverage from one pole in this area to co-locate, as Ms. Alma has indicated before. So with that, I appreciate your support so that we can keep coverage to the residents that live and work and travel in that area, and also coverage for police, fire calls, and 911 calls. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, that completes all the speaker cards that I received for tonight's public comment.
All right, thank you. And now to the comments from my colleagues. We'll start in reverse order with District 7, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you very much for acknowledging me, Mr. Mayor. Last week, we were very excited as a council to travel and visit Washington, D.C. We went to meet our federal congressional counterparts, and also some of our U.S. senators. And I was really excited to hear the city manager share our city priorities with our congressional partners and explain to them the importance of the need for federal funding to help us provide and enhance our municipal services to our community. So I want to make sure that everyone knows that we work very hard for you, but we also work in conjunction with our partners in the state and the county and our federal partners. And I think it was a very productive trip, a productive meeting, and we're really excited about hearing the outcome of that when we look at some of the grants that we applied for and just look at the results once they come. Also, I want to thank the residents that came out this weekend to our free bulk trash, waste, and shredding day, per the request of the citizens, of the residents. I also like to thank our Public Works Department, also Latham Sanitation, for putting this together with me to basically allow many of you to clear out your clutter, clear out your garages, and dispose dispose of a lot of the bulky items that you have free of charge. This is something that we can't do all the time, but this is something that also is available to you at Merck Miles Transfer and Waste Station for a minimal cost. And that is all I have for this evening.
All right, thank you. District 6 Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everyone who came out on Saturday for the Kendall Ray Earth Day Parade. Thank you for coming and visiting the sensational 6th District, and I hope that all of you got to spend a few dollars in some of the businesses that we have in the LA Fitness Plaza. And certainly do encourage everyone to continue to uplift Little Miss Kendall in all that she does. Do want to remind everyone that we are looking to restart the farmers market, Old National Grows, beginning in May. That we will be bringing that back in a new location in District 7 over by the Fit Gym. And so we definitely want to encourage you to not only patronize the farmers market, but also pop into Fit Gym and check out what they have to offer. Sign up to use that as your gym, sign up for the exercise classes, and, really use it as an opportunity to solidify your health and exercise journey along the Old National Corridor. I think I covered everything. Thank you, Mayor. I yield.
All right, District 5, Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for those that are tuning in online. I just want to give some special thanks. We didn't get a chance last council meeting to have our comments, but I wanted to thank everyone who attended the Community Resource Fair and Easter Egg Extravaganza, which was at the end of last month. But I definitely want to give special thanks to all of the sponsors and definitely our City of South Fulton Police Department. We had a very great turnout, over 400 attendees. We provided over 25,000 eggs and had over 25 community resources that really benefited a lot of families and children in our district. So it's all about the resources for me and keeping people engaged. We are gearing up where we keep it live in District 5. So we are gearing up for our Bells Rhythms Revealed, a fusion of jazz, R&B, spoken word, and art exhibition on Friday, May the 24th. Please go online to Eventbrite and secure your free ticket. This will be an evening for the grown adults, but an opportunity for you to come out and get engaged with the residents, get engaged with those that are in your community and neighborhoods, but also meet me, meet your other council members, your mayor, and so forth. We will have Indigo Cat Soul Band there, as well as the Grammy Award nominated Anthony David. So again, this is a free opportunity for our community, District 5, as well as other people who live in all of our districts. So it's a citywide event, and everyone is encouraged to come out. There are a limited number of tickets and space available, so please, please, please be sure to go online to Eventbrite as tickets are leaving fast. The next thing, we are gearing up for our second Let's Talk District 5 Town Hall meeting, which is scheduled for Wednesday, May the 22nd, 2024 at 6 p.m. at Burdette Park. My goal is to stay engaged with the community, but also provide resources and information that many of our residents may need in District 5. And then lastly, for all of the business owners, this gives you an opportunity to really come out, let your hair down, but also receive information from our City of South Fulton Police Chief. We'll have some other members of our other departments, but we will be having the Business After Business networking mixer for all District 5 business owners, and those who have businesses right within District 5. So please stay tuned. Again, I can be reached via email, kiosha.bill@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. And in addition, I can be reached directly at 470-525-1974. That is the only and the best number to reach your councilwoman in District 5. Again, 470-525-1974. A newsletter is forthcoming, as well as my new District 5 assistant. So please be patient. Thank you for your patience. And please come out, get engaged, be engaged. Come out to the city council meetings and come out to the events so that you are in the know and you can be a part of District 5, keeping it live. Thank you.
All right, District 4, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Just want to give a big shout out to Ms. Tondon Newberry of Autism Branches that partnered with me to throw our third annual Autism Fest a couple of Saturdays ago. It was an amazing event, and we hosted folks from all over the state of Georgia. I just want to thank my colleagues here in council who, came out to share part of the day. Councilmember Royal Gums, Mayor Khalid, and Councilmember Bell, thank you all for coming to the Mighty Fourth. I also wanted to give residents a heads up to come out and participate. Another one of my favorite events coming up this Saturday at the shops at Cedar Grove, where we're gonna share fire education programs with children and with adults, and to get them out, we bribe them with ice cream. So what better way? Who doesn't like ice cream, right? So if you come out and get some ice cream, and we'll teach you all about fire safety. So I'm looking forward to seeing everyone in the plaza this coming Saturday at noon. So again, thank you all for your support. For those who supported the District 4 event, Back to the Autism Fest, External Affairs, Parks, Police, Fire and Emergencies, even Public Works, who we had to call in at the last minute to do something for us. So again, if I forget anyone, blame it on my head and not my heart. Thank you very much again for continuing to support the events that we do for our citizens, not only in District 4, but across this entire city. Thank you.
District 3, Councilwoman Helen Z. Willis.
Thank you. I want to thank police and our new director, Mr. Abrams, for hosting a wonderful Cops and Kids and Unity Day on Saturday before last. It was a great turnout. We had over 200 kids out there and lots of games. Thank you for all of the community partners. This was the kickoff of the Police Athletic Association program, and it was an amazing event, and thank you. In collaboration with District 2, we both represent Welcome All and Cliftondale, but we are hosting a legacy brunch, all-white brunch, meaning that we want everybody to wear all white. You don't have to dress up, but just wear white. We are honoring our seniors for the month of May. Month is Older American Month, and we try to do activities to highlight our seniors, our active seniors in the city of South Fulton. There is a capacity limitation, so we're asking those people to go out and register. The link has been shared on social media in our newsletter. And we cannot go over capacity because we don't want Fire Marshal Donna Dingler to shut us down. So we ask if you want to come, please go ahead and register. And then also in collaboration with our esteemed County Commissioner, Mr. Marvin Arrington Jr., we have an annual Team Job Fair, May 18th. If you are a company and you wish to come out and interview kids and give them that experience and hire kids, please contact one of our officers so we can make sure that we are prepared and have a spot set up for you. Usually we have over 500 kids that show up, and what's disheartening is that we have more kids than jobs. And so I would ask our community to please hire our kids, give them a chance. If you don't want their minds to be idle, and if you don't want them to get endowment during the summertime, and even after school, give them an opportunity, teach them how to make an honest dollar, teach them how to run a business, teach them how to be entrepreneurs. We're a village, and we need to get back to that. I want to say happy birthday and congratulations to our 3-time Grammy Award-winning Mike Render. He is a resident of District 3, and he has a business in District 3, and we celebrated his birthday on 4/20, and we didn't get a chance to say congratulations. He won recently he just won 3 Grammy Awards for his music contribution, and I will be getting him into the city at some point so we can honor him. He's from Atlanta, and he will make that known everywhere, but he actually lives in South Fulton, and he has a business in South Fulton, right in District 3, and we are so very proud of him. And thank you so much for always engaging District 3 residents. And even if you are not in my district, you get my newsletters. Thank you for engaging and reaching out to me when you have concerns. And I've been getting a lot of good compliments lately. So thank you. I like to hear those too. If you're not getting my newsletter, please subscribe. You can send me an email at helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov, or you can text District 3 at 428-28, or you can call at 404-803-4219. If I don't answer right away, please be patient, because I'm in a process of backfilling my constituent service person as well. So we have one person that's helping us all out until we can get these roles filled. Thank you so much, and have a good day. Holland is killing me.
All right, District 2, Councilwoman Gomes.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here and staying in tune with us. First, I would like to give a special shout out to Brandon Eves for actually holding down the office last week while I was out in Dubai, enjoying my best life ever. I had the opportunity to go out of the country, and he held it down, even though I was still taking constituent calls and answering a lot of emails. But it's great to go and see how other cities and countries are doing business. So I really want to thank you for holding it down. Before I left, I had the opportunity to actually judge a fashion show for some of our little South Fulton beauties that live off of the Old National Corridor. They are part of the Al Karim Prince Mason Hall Lodge, and they had some beautiful young ladies, and I had the opportunity to actually judge them. So that was one of the highlights of my weekend before I left. Also, too, I wanted to thank the Omicron Phi Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. They are continuously out and cleaning up Butner Road, bless their hearts. But I am so thankful that they are actually out there. So if you are interested in adopting a street within the city of South Fulton, please reach out to our Public Works. We have the application that is online. But getting back down to business, we will be hosting our District 2 Town Hall at Westlake. We will also have Public Works, Parks and Rec, Economic Development, Sanitation, and Code Enforcement, as well as one of our featured speakers from the school board, Francesca Warren. So that will be on Thursday, April the 25th at 6 o'clock at Westlake. Also, too, on April the 27th, our office will be hosting a free recycle and bulk trash day. This is something that we wanted to make sure that we continue to have happening within the city. We are partnering, of course, with Alpha Beta Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha. This will take place at Merck Miles Convenience Center, and this is on April the 27th. It will begin, I believe, at 10. I don't have it in front of me. Also, too, one of the things that we are really trying to combat is mental health and addressing mental health within the city. On May the 1st, at the Southwest Arts Center, we will be breaking the silence on mental health at our Couture and Compassion fashion show. According to the data from the South Fulton Police Department, since COVID-19, the pandemic, there has been about 71 suicides and suicide attempts within the city of South Fulton. We have about 1,300 domestic violence incidents in the past 3 years. It is important now, more than ever, that we begin to have these conversations surrounding mental health. And this will be a fun and creative way to start talking about that. So I hope that you all will be able to attend. And we are up to about maybe 160 so far people that are planning to attend. So please make sure you reserve your seat. Also, too, as you know, May the 3rd is May of 2024 is Older Americans Month, so we do ask that you attend as many senior events as possible, get to know your neighbors. On May the 11th at 10 a.m., we will have our Georgia Cycling, which will be holding an event at our newest nature trail, which is right off of Butner Road. It is called Pedal Palooza. At this, we will have public and private and homeschool students from 8th grades 3 to 12. They will have an opportunity to explore a healthy sport, cross-country mountain biking, all right in our backyard. So that will be at the Aerotropolis Park on May the 10th. And this week, I don't want to actually steal the thunder, but I'll let Councilwoman Rowell address that. But other than that, if you are looking for some healthy, fun ways, we are still hosting our senior health days at Sandtown Park. It's my understanding that we're making some love connections as well. So if you're looking for a new boo, you can find them at the senior health days that are being hosted on Mondays at Sandtown Park. But again, I thank you all for the opportunity to serve. I love this community, and I will continue to find ways to be creative so we can continue to be engaged as a community. If you're looking for me, you can find me on Facebook. You follow me on Carmelita Thumbs without the L, or you can also reach out and email me or call me. And that's all I have, and have a great evening.
Good evening. I'm Councilwoman Rao, representing the best district in the city. District 1 was understood, doesn't need to be explained. I want to give Christina Jordan a special shout out. She goes to Global Impact Academy. She's a resident of District 1, and she planned a wonderful expo. I got an opportunity to stop by and watch people show all their greatness. They had so many great exhibits. They were doing their presentations in Spanish. It was an amazing day. And thank you for the invitation to be with you. I also want to thank everybody who came out for our bingo on this past Friday. Who knew that all I had to do was call bingo? We had standing room only, but we had a great time, and I heard the message loud and clear, when will we do it again? So stay tuned. We had an amazing turnout as it relates to that. In addition, there are a couple events that I just want to put on your radar. First, in partnership with Alpha Kappa Alpha, we will be hosting the second annual Feel Your Mind, Feel Your Bag event on May 2nd at 7 p.m. at the Southwest Arts Center. It is an opportunity for us to send girls from across our city off to school with the necessities they need as they go off to college. It's a great event, and thank you for the partnership. In addition, on this Saturday, April 27th at 11 a.m., beginning at 11 a.m., we'll be there to 2. We'll be doing a basketball court dedication for Coach Anthony Tony Williams at Sandtown Rec Center. Please come out. We're looking forward to celebrating his legacy. And on May 15th, from 11 to 1, the City of South Fulton Fire and Rescue Department will, in partnership with the American Red Cross, do smoke detectors and be providing safety tips for our residents. We'll be at the Sandtown Rec Center. I look forward to seeing you there. And finally, on June 17th, the District 1 Town Hall will be a conversation with our city manager, Sharon Supadan, here at the Southwest Arts Center. We're looking forward to that event and answering your many questions, and you'll have an opportunity to engage with her directly at that time. So that concludes my comments, and thank you for your attendance here this evening.
All right, thank you. My Councilwoman, District 1, Councilwoman Rao. All right, I'm going to share this. Okay. Right, okay. First, our thoughts and prayers. We didn't get to do announcements last week. We went way over time, and we have corrected so much. Thank you. But for the 5 families who lost their homes in the Beacon Ridge fire a couple of weeks ago, of course, our city is all reaching out. We are working with the Red Cross, and if there's anything you need, please call us here at the mayor's office. We had some wonderful events. There was the Autism Fair. Thank you. That is, it's not just an incredible event, but such an important event. So that was the sensory swing. And then we had this incredible Earth Day parade, which was second annual parade. It's going to become, I think, a very big thing. The first dog was happy to meet all of the kids. You can see him here meeting all of the kids. We're working on our tech. We're going to get that to play a little faster. But also, we got to debut our fleet, long-awaited fleet of electric vehicles. We are rolling in style, but these are also greatly priced through a state contract. And so we are happy to be one of the first cities, not the first, but one of the first cities that is electrifying our fleet. So you'll be seeing these around on our streets and at other events up and coming. Also, we talked a little bit about it. You already know about this amazing coach, Coach Dawn Stanley, who won her second title with 5 new starters, including this incredible sophomore Raven Johnson, who, of course, is a graduate of Westlake's own high school, our own Westlake High School. And we are working, I did want to say that one of her amazing achievements is in environmental engineering, and that program was set up. One of the students has a 5.0 GPA, and it was Dawn Stanley who inspired that or encouraged that program to even be built at at South Carolina, so that students like Joyce Edwards could attend. We have some amazing events coming up. You've heard about some of them. I learned about some of them tonight. Please, I see Councilwoman Bell is dropping flyers in the chat. Please drop these flyers so that I can text them out. You heard about the proclamation presentations, both for our award-winning teams at Burdett and our award-winning coach at Sandtown. There is an amazing event here this Sunday at 4 p.m., the Silver Sounds of Jazz. You can find information on all of these events. I'm going to tell you about it in a second, but I do want to say this thing that on Monday, because I won't see you all again before then, but on Monday, 7 years ago, 4 of us up here 5 of us, including, no, you weren't there yet. Yes, 4 of us up here were sworn in at the inauguration of our entire city. And so next week, we will be celebrating our 7th anniversary. You definitely want to come out. If you haven't gotten tickets, talk to your council people. Let's see if we have any more available. We're also going to be simulcasting this on our YouTube page, so you definitely want to come out and watch it and just hear about all of the amazing things and just celebrate this 7 years of cityhood. You can find out about all of these events at cityofsouthfultonga.gov or by texting the word Fulton to 33777, and we will text all of these out to you. So thank you all so much. South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, that brings us to Roman numeral 10, item 5, consent agenda.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to accept the consent agenda as listed, items 5 through 9.
Second.
All right, I'll entertain that motion by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 10 on the printed agenda, alcohol license, rezoning, variance, and modification cases. No public hearing. The first is alcohol license application for Welcome All Food Mart, doing business as Welcome All Food Mart, located at 5245 Welcome All Road, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349, for an alcohol license for the retail sale of beer and wine beverages. This application is, or this store is located in District 3.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the measure as sounded by the clerk.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved, 7-0.
All right, please sound to the next item.
Next item is first read of an ordinance for case Z23-016, application by Jonathan Wee, doing business as Battle Law PC. It's requesting to rezone property from the C1 zoning district to the TR zoning district to develop 88 townhome units on 11.23 acres located at 0 Old National Highway. It's located in District 7. Staff recommendation is no recommendation. Planning Commission recommendation is denial. First read.
All right, so this is just a first read. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Moves us to item 12, which is the second read, and requests council approval of ordinance for case Z24-001. It's an ordinance for the city of South Fulton, Georgia, to rezone properties for the M2 zoning district to the C2 zoning district for property located at 4335 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 4365 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 4375 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 4395 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 4401 and 4403 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 4455 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 4430 Frederick Drive, 4346 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 4340 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, and 4336 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, and to rezone properties from the M2 zoning district to the C1 zoning district for properties located at 4245 Shirley Drive and 4255 Shirley Drive. This is located in District 1. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
I'll entertain a motion to approve or deny as sounded.
I move to approve the ordinance for case Z24-001, rezoning properties from M2 heavy industrial to the C2 as sounded by the clerk, as well as, he threw me off, M2 zoning district to the C1 for the two parcels on Shirley Drive, 4245 and 4255.
Second. Can I say that? Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, I'll take that vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 13, which is first read of an ordinance for case Z24-003. It's an application by Edwina Dixon requesting to rezone from CUP to R2 to develop 3 single-family dwellings at 3260 Enon Road on 4.235 acres. It's located in District 2. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. This is first read.
All right, I'll entertain. I'm sorry, this is just first read. Go ahead and please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 14, which is a first read of an ordinance for case Z24-004, application by Stephen Little, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to C1 to operate a daycare and/or commercial uses at 2350 Beseda Road. It's located in District 7. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is denial. It's first read.
Mr. Clerk, please on the next item.
Next item is item 15, which is first read of an ordinance for case Z24-005, the application by Teresa Oprah, requesting a rezoning from R3 zoning district to O&I zoning district at 67750 National Highway to develop an adult daycare center. It's located in District 6. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. This is first read.
Mr. Clerk, please on the next item.
Next item is item 16, which is the first reading of ordinance for case Z24-007, application by Angela Rossa requesting a rezoning from AG1 zoning district to O&I zoning district at 7955 and 7965 Spence Road and 5385 Harris Road to develop and operate a children's daycare center on 3.71 acres. It's located in District 7. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval. This is the first read.
Mr. Clerk, please on the next item.
Brings us to item 17, which is the second read, and request council approval on ordinance for case TA 23-002, consideration of ordinance to amend Article 2 and Article 3 of the South Fulton zoning ordinance for the purpose of adding regulations relating to event centers and banquet halls and to allow event centers and banquet halls in agricultural zoning district. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is no recommendation.
I'll entertain a motion.
17.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the item number 17 as sounded.
Second.
That was moved and seconded. Can I have a vote by showing of hands?
I record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
Mr. Clerk, please on the next item.
Next item is item 18, which is a second read and request council approval of an ordinance for case TA 23-003, consideration of ordinance to amend section 304.03 regarding food trucks of the South Fulton zoning ordinance to revise the regulations related to food truck permits. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance TA 23-003 to amend the South Fulton zoning ordinance to revise the regulations related to food truck permits. Second.
I'll take that vote by showing of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please on the next item.
Brings us to item 19, which requests council approval of a resolution for case M24-001, application by Safari Home Builders, LLC, for property located at 5174 Campbellton Road, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30331, requesting a modification in a CUP to modify zoning conditions approved under petition 1999Z-070 for the purpose of constructing a new wireless telecommunications support structure. It's located in District 1.
I'll entertain a motion.
Based on the written staff report recommending denial of the application, the size and location of the proposed tower would destroy the original intent of the zoning. The highest and best use of the land would be consistent with the use for which the land was zoned and approved. The construction of the cell phone tower would make it impossible for construction of the 10-plot approved community to move forward. Therefore, I move to deny the modification request.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously to deny. 7-0.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to agenda items listed under Roman numeral 12. Item 20, General Service Department is requesting the council to approve the contract for an on-call electrical maintenance services for All-in-One Security Services Incorporated, contract number ITB 24-10, for a total not to exceed $250,000, and the option to renew for 2 one-year terms. The contract is effective April 24, 2024, and expires April 24, 2025. The scope of services for contract ITB 2410 is for on-call electrical maintenance and installations.
I motion to approve item 20. I'm sorry, Mayor, can you call?
Yes, I'll entertain the motion.
I'll motion to approve item 20 as sounded by the clerk, as well as item number 21. The General Service Department is requesting the council to approve contract for on-call electrical maintenance services with Bell Electric Services LLC, contract number ITB 2410, for a total not to exceed $250,000, and the option to renew a 2 one-year terms. The contract effective April 24, 2024, expires April 24, 2025. The scope of services for contract is ITB 2410, is for a on-call electrical maintenance and installations, as well as item number 22. The General Services Department is requesting the council to approve the contract for on-call electrical maintenance services with Base N Sons LLC, contract number ITB 2410, for a total not to exceed $250,000, and the option to renew for 2 one-year terms. The contract is effective April 24, 2024, expires April 24, 2025. The scope of services for contract ITB 2410 is for on-call electrical maintenance and installation, as well as item number 23. The General Services Department requests the council to approve an additional $50,000 in contract modifications to the professional services agreement with CHA Consultant Incorporated, including the extension for an additional 1-year term. The contract was effective June 20th, 2023, and expires September 25th, 2024. The scope of the professional services agreement is for environmental consultant and permitting. Upon the council approval, staff will amend purchase order 2303-298, increasing the amount to $125,250, as well as item.
Stop there. It's not D24. Just an MOA is not a contract. Let's keep those two separate.
Second.
Okay, that's been properly moved and seconded. I will entertain that vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 24. The Public Works Department is requesting council to enter into a memorandum of agreement for PI 00-16605, CR 581, Beseda Road over Morning Creek Bridge replacement with the Georgia Department of Transportation. The proposed project will replace the current bridge carrying Beseda Road over Morning Creek. The project design, rights-of-way acquisition, and construction are managed and funded by GDOT. The city is participating financially in the right-of-way costs in the amount of $50,000.
Ms. Clerk, I move for approval.
Second.
All right. It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? I do just want to confirm with our Public Works Department. These are 2024 estimates we have.
Mr. Mayor, this is City Manager. Yes, those are current.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. I forgot you were there. Thank you. All right. I'll entertain this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right. Thank you. And the last item.
Last item is add-on item. Request approval of the 2024 District 3 Southwest Officers Ballot for the City of South Fulton for the 2024-2026 year.
I'll entertain that motion to approve.
Second. I move to approve the balance as submitted.
Alrighty. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. This is the all right. Let's take that vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, and with that, we have reached the end of our meeting in record time. I want to thank the city manager and staff for helping me to keep the agenda light, and I want to thank my colleagues for helping me to keep the agenda moving. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 8:11 p.m. Have a great evening.
Hey, man.